All right, let's go. Hello. 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 Why is it so low now? Hello. Hello. All right. Hello. Hello. All right, let's do it like this, maybe. I don't know. All right, I've been doing a little bit off stream here. Let's see if I can show the thing. We have a new goblin. It's a goblin mage. It's just a test. All these different goblins. But yeah, I'm trying to get this fireball effect working. So kind of what I was imagining is like the mage is shooting a fireball, and the fireball is like going to explode in like a circle around with a radius, and I'm trying to kind of calculate each radius. Before I had like hard-coded the rings, but now I'm trying to calculate based on a radius. So if I, for example, if I remove this here. So I'm trying to, like, if you take a circle, and then I'm trying to kind of see what tiles are we hitting with this circle. And it's like, it's forming 3 different rings. So radius 1, 2, and 3, where, you know, the units are tiles. And if I just do it like this, we get like squares. And it's like a little bit also like offset. So, and I think that's because the center point is actually not, well, the way this function works, we get a radius, we want a list of tiles, vectors, and I'm calculating the width and height of like, so the way this algorithm works is basically I calculate a rectangle around where we want to check, and that's probably the rectangle you see here. It's like I construct this rectangle, and then I'll check every cell within that rectangle to see, are we on the, like, the line of the circle, essentially. Are we inside the circle, or are we like on the line? So essentially, I do a little bit of calculation here to find, okay, all the points, like the top left point, the top right point, bottom right, bottom left points, so all the 4 corners of the tile, and I'll check are all are all of the points inside the radius. That means inside the circle. Then we don't do anything. We skip that. Because then it's like a tile that's inside of the circle. We don't want to show the inside of the circle. We want to show just the outline of the circle. Because otherwise the whole circle will be filled in. We just want the line, the line. So, and then, so if every point of this tile is within the circle, that means it's like not on the line, it's more like inside the circle. So then we skip that. Otherwise, we check if any of the points are inside the circle, because that means that we should have both points outside and inside, and that's when we want to draw the thing. So if any point is inside the circle, then we want to draw it. Otherwise, we don't want to draw it. Otherwise, we don't append it here to the thing. Now, the problem is, though, that it seems to add every tile to this, because you can kind of see it's like a rectangle. So instead of a circle, it's a rectangle. So I'm trying to figure out why that is happening. So basically how I do this is I go through like width and height. If you get like, let's say you get like a radius of 1. So let's actually diagram. I'll be trying to diagram this a little bit. Look at this nice drawing here. But essentially, if you have the tile grid like this, and you have the circle should be from the center of the tile. And so let's say you have a radius of 1. So this is like 1 here. And the radius goes all the way around. So this kind of, it looks like a rectangle actually. What if we did like a radius of a half? Would that only get these 4 maybe? Maybe that's the issue. But it feels like for larger radius that should like be less of a problem. Well, all of these are already set. I'm gonna say what if we just say like -half? Oh, got an error. Unreachable code. I restructured the monad and stuff a little bit as well. Like file-wise. Animations length more than 0. Oh. So we get like a thing with 0 now. Okay. So it doesn't actually give us anything. Interesting. Let's check. Let's do like fireball. Okay, let's do like this. Let's say that these are within. These ones are equal. So they can touch the line. Kind of strange that it didn't give us anything. Also, this is kind of weird. It's like when I change the center to be like plus 0.5, we get this weird thing, which kind of makes sense in some way, because you can kind of see a circle here, like when it goes to this outline here, right? But up here, it doesn't work. It's like the quadrant doesn't work up here. So we go through the width and height. Width and height is just radius squared, or not radius squared, it's radius times 2. Oh yeah, I was also thinking, like we take the ceiling. Because, okay, if we do it how I did it first, like you take like min, let's say min x, let's just simplify this. Min x should be negative radius floor. Okay. Max x should be radius ceiling. And in fact, we don't need x, it's just min and max. Yeah. And then these are U size. And they are int from floats. Oops. I should say outline. Or parameter. Ah. Okay, and then width and height, essentially, they're the same, essentially. It's gonna be like height equals width, so they're the same, it's a square. It's gonna be like max minus min. And I think +1, because, you know, min is like the least it can be, and max is the most it can be. So what if both are 0, for example? Then the width should still be 1, right? So I think we have to add 1 there. So it's like if min is 0, max is 1, that means it's width 2. It's inclusive. Okay. And then height is the same as width. The radius squared is a float. We have, and then we go through each one. We have the center, we have like the center off here, which I think should be fine. And then we calculate like all the points. And like really what these are, it's not the points. These are like, what is the squared distance of top left put together? Like what is, well, it's like what is the square distance of the top left point is what we're calculating here. Actually the distance from maybe that's why it's an issue adding 0.5 here, because it's not from the origin anymore. Okay, we'll figure this out. Let's not add those, but let's try do this now. I mean, the only thing we really changed is going to be width and height, I think, right? Integer part of floating point value out of bounds? What? Oh, because it's a U size. Right, these, alright, these need to be I32. Okay. So max. So what would this be? What if this is like radius is 1, min is, or let's say 0.5, floor that's 0. No, floor it should be -1, right? Because we have -0, 5.5. Flooring that would be going down, so we would go to -1. And then this would be going up to 1. So you have min is -1, max is 1. So 1 minus -1 should be +1. So this should be 2 plus 1 more, which is 3. So min is 0, -1, max is 1. The width is 3. That makes sense. Okay. And then we calculate this to be, or we cast this to a U size. Now what? Unreachable. Oh, same thing now. We get 0 items. Because if we go back to the drawing board, if we copy this, and basically here's like we say, well, let's say the circle's not here. So we have a grid of 9 by 9. And actually the circle, let's say the circle center is here, because really that is kind of the point that we start off with. this is kind of like the origin here. And then x, that's like 0, 0, let's say. And then like this is right, or well, it's bottom right. This is top right. This is top left. Actually, no, it's not. Wait, top left is 0, right? This is top left. Top right. Bottom right. Bottom left. Hello, Stroxob. Why width +1? Because min is like the minimum value. Min and max are inclusive. So it's like if you consider like on the number line, you have like the minimum value and the maximum value, and it's inclusive. So what is the width of those? If you take like max minus min, like let's say you have 0 to 3. So how many numbers is that? Is essentially what width is, like 0, 1, 2, 3. That's 4 numbers. So that's why we add 1. We take 3 minus 0 is 3, and then plus 1 is 4. So width is like, it's saying how many numbers do we have? And the reason why we want to have that is because down here we go through, I'm iterating from 0 to width, where in this case width is like exclusive. So width is the thing here is like excluded from the range. So it only goes 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. It doesn't go to 4. Let me know if that was unclear. Okay, so this is kind of what we have now. It's like a radius that goes through like this. Because it's 0.5. So we should get at least one item here because top left is within. Yeah, that's strange. Why is that not happening? So we start at 0, 0. We get like, but x and y starts at minus radius. So x and y essentially is like 0.5 to start with. So we start basically up here, 0.5. Okay. And then left is x. Oh, I see what's going on. We're actually kind of calculating a tile that is like this right now. Because we're saying left is x. So that's not correct. X and y are the radius coordinates, while... Wait. No, it should just be plus min, actually. Plus min, right? Plus min, yeah. Min is -1. Okay, so now we actually say this plus min. So now actually top left is over here. This is the tile we're considering now. Okay. Min is an I32. I guess we'll convert it to a float. That looks a lot better. Okay. Cool. Now the question is, the thing is now, is that we're kind of calculating from this point when I really want to calculate from the center point, right? That's the thing. So, I mean, okay, let's copy this part here. So, what I really want is like, the center point's over here. We calculate kind of like this, circle like this, here. Okay, so what, so how, so now, we kind of have to say, so min should be -1, maybe, or should it actually? Where is 0 here? I think 0 is over here. 1 second. All right. So the issue is like we kind of want to offset half over. Yeah, this has to be 0 now over here. We want to offset half over because we want to calculate from the center of the tile, right? What does that mean for like min and max? Here. Because here is like -1 to, wait. Yeah, it's like this, -1 to 0. I guess, yeah, this one doesn't really have to calculate. Because, like, radius is 0.5, but then radius times 2 would be 1. So it would go out here and grab maybe... No, it's floored. Yeah, radius floored goes out to that. Goes there, with ceiling. It's like rounded to the integer that is supposed to be like, you know, outwards from the center, essentially. Okay, well, anyway, that's just a case of we're trying more tiles than we need to. It doesn't really matter that much. I'm looking for the correctness right now. So we move it over. I guess min-max doesn't really matter at that point. What really matters are these points. They should be correct. So if we just add here to x and y, we add like a half to move it over, right? The problem is, now the tile is also moved over. That's not what we want. So it's not this one that we want to move. This is the tile xy. What we want to move is the circle. So kind of what we're calculating before was like distance to 0, right? Now we want to calculate distance to here. So basically we kind of have to, like, I guess subtract 0.5 to everything. To move them over to the center. Okay. So like left should be x minus 0.5. Or x, or wait, shouldn't just this be minus 0.5 then? Okay, we take minus 0.5. What will that do? It will give us nothing, okay. Okay, let's do like this. Let's say that if this gives us nothing, then it's like over here. If fire's length is 0, return just nothing. Okay. So now get like a smaller thing. Okay. So negative 0.5. This will move all the points up like this, which seems correct, because it essentially means that the center of the circle will move down. It seems correct. Because this is plus minus 5 plus minus 5. Or this is plus 0.5 plus 0.5. Or you take this one minus 0.5 minus 5, put it over here. The whole grid is translated over, which should yield this grid here, right? Oh, I see. So then the first circle will not give us any because these points lie like outside. I guess there's another special case where the circle is smaller than 1, which means that we have to... Actually, it's smaller than a half, I guess. Yeah. It's smaller than or equal to a half. Then it should only consider these. I guess the algorithm is wrong, because if we expand this circle just a tiny bit, like this, I'm trying to trace like outside, we can see that it does intersect this, this, and this, and this, right? But it doesn't intersect, or it's still like outside of these points. These points are still outside, I mean, of the circle. Which means that I'm only looking for the points, the corner points, to be either inside or outside of the circle, right? I'm not actually considering the lines. Like just left. If left is less, then that means that left is like inside the circle. So basically, if top left is outside and left is inside, that means the circle does intersect here. Or the same thing with this tile. There's no point inside, but the right is inside, so it should count. Okay. So here we're checking like if all points are outside. No, this is if all points are inside. That's right. If all points are inside, we have like a thing that's everything is inside. Here we have if any point is inside, we consider it to be on the line. Because that makes sense, because then you have like automatically like a crossing. No, it doesn't make sense. What if all points are outside? No, because if any, because then this wouldn't be true. We're checking if any point is inside, then we know that at least one point is outside from this check. And here we're checking if at least one point is inside. So now we know that at least one point is inside and one point is outside. So that means it should be crossing, right? What we also need to check if left or right is also inside, or top or bottom. Right. So we know that. So what scenarios do we have there? So we know that not every point is inside. And then we know that at least one point is inside. Then we're done. Or, I guess, if one of the walls are inside. Hello, Code Hacker, say what's up. Do you have your Vim set up anywhere? Yes, I do. I do. But I will warn you, it's not really meant to be like, you know, used by public. It's like, it's very specific to my machine, you could say. It's actually NeoVim as well, by the way. It's not Vim, it's NeoVim. But it is over here, if you want to look at it. Oops. Yeah, I guess just if we check if one of the walls are like inside, I guess. No, what would bottom mean here? This would be like -5, -5. Top left of this one is like -1.5, -1.5. This is -1.5, -0.5 in Y. Now we kind of have to calculate, like, we can't just take one component. We have to calculate both, because otherwise we're just checking this to the origin. We have to take both counts. So what point do we want to check? Do we take like the middle point? That doesn't make sense. Or does it? Now outside, does it only make sense for like the first one? Alright, cool. There's also like a bunch of random like plugins that I try to make and stuff. And, you know, nothing is like commented or anything like that. So it's all, I guess the thing you could look at maybe is like how the kind of setup, like how the main setup is done, like the lazy plugins and, or the lazy plugin setup and stuff like that, or the LSP and stuff like that. I mean, there's probably like an algorithm for this somewhere. I just wanted to give it myself a go at this before. I always try to do it to think about the solution before I try to find maybe an established, algorithm or whatever. It's more fun to try and solve the problem first. Because just checking if like a rectangle's inside or intersects rather with a circle, I guess it's easier. Actually, you know what? There is already a thing for that right now. I can just cheat essentially and use. So basically here is like, this is the case that I want to skip. Is when I know that all points are inside the circle. That means the whole rectangle or whole square rather is inside the circle, right? But if it's not inside the circle, what we could do then is we could use raylib, check if collision, check if circle collides with rectangle. Excuse me. The circle starts at 0. The radius is radius. And the rectangle is... so top left is like X and Y. And then the width is 1. So if this is happening, then we do this. And I'll just comment this out for now. Okay, because before it's like I was trying to use this, but then I was like, well, what about the rectangles that are inside the circle? We don't want to count those. Okay, it kinda looks more like a circle, maybe. But also, it's not like symmetric around the center of the tile, so... Okay, what if we remove 0.5? So now that is translated, and instead we just translate the circle here to be at 0.5, 0.5. Maybe there's something weird with that calculation. Huh, we still get this weird stuff happening up here. I'm not sure why. But that looks a lot better, actually. So X and Y, they can be negative. We start at min. Right is just X plus 1, top is Y, bottom is Y plus 1. We calculate L times L, right times right, and so on. Top left is like top left squared, you know. It's like the distance of the top left from the origin squared. And then the same for everything else. So since they're squared, they can't be negative, right? So this check should be, you know, regardless of, I mean, it's a distance check. I don't know, man. It just feels like there's some silly error somewhere that I'm not seeing. But let's look up like circle outline to pixel algorithm, let's say, because that's probably what's gonna be most the thing that's mostly researched, like, because pixels are essentially just a grid, so we can translate the algorithm over. Midpoint circle algorithm. I was actually thinking about this, like starting out like I was thinking like you walk down the circle. That my first thought was this, like walking down the circle, using like a radiance. Like this is all symmetric, so I guess that makes sense. But using like a small like increase in angle to find the next thing. The trouble was that if you increase the angle too much, you skip a pixel. Or if you increase too low, it's gonna be... Okay, so I guess there's more ways to do it, of course. That's always the case. In computer graphics, the midpoint circle algorithm is an algorithm used to determine the points needed to rest right in the circle. It is a generalization of the Bresenham line algorithm. The algorithm can be further generalized to conic sections. Okay. The algorithm draws all 8 octants simultaneously, starting from each cardinal direction and extends both ways to reach the nearest multiple of 45. Okay. Right. It can't determine where to stop because when y equals x is reached 45 degrees. The reason for using these angles... Wait, does that make sense? X equals y reached 45 degrees. I guess. Yeah, okay, sure. The reason for using these angles is shown above pictures. X increases neither skips nor repeats any x value until reaching 45. So during while loop, x increments by 1 for each iteration, and y decrements by 1 on occasion, never exceeding 1. Okay, I see. So you start out at one quadrant or whatever, not really quadrant, but one direction. Thank you, Piano. And you... I mean, really, you just have to walk one of these. It's actually you only have to calculate an eighth of this whole circle, and then the rest is symmetric. So you start out, you paint it in, you move, I guess you move one x over, you calculate, okay, let's do it this one. So you calculate like what is the y we need to look at. X is 0 and y is something. I guess the job is to calculate y actually. So you start at x0. What is y? Y at x0 should just be radius. And then you, well, depending on your tile system, I guess we will floor it to get the tile, you know, the cell y. And Because really, it also depends on the units of the radius, but I'm gonna say the units of the radius should be the same as the units of the, like, it should be same as, like, one radius means one cell in size. So so yeah, this would be like, I don't know, it starts out as like 25 or something. I don't know what it starts out at. 23, right? So this would be like, the radius is 23 here, essentially. So we would take like the radius 23, and then we increase x by 1. And then I guess... Okay, so how would we calculate the next one? I mean, I can see from, I guess, trigonometry, you could calculate, you increase x by 1. So now you have like... Wait, how do you calculate y from there? I guess that's the thing that you need to worry. That's the whole problem you need to solve here, because then if you can't do that, you just need to loop through and do it for until you reach, like, until x equals y, as they said. The thing is, it kind of looks weird at the end here, though. Why does it do this weird little squiggle here? Nah. How would you determine the y? Excuse me. Because I know how to rotate it. It's just... the question is, how far would you rotate it then? Okay, let's see if... I actually don't know. Let's see what the answer is. As accuracy neither skips nor repeats any x value until reaching 45 degrees, so during the while loop, x increments 1 with each iteration, y decrements by 1 on location, never exceeding 1 in one iteration. So, okay, I guess that's true. Like, it has the property of, it's either going to be the same y. Like, if you can't, let's say you have x and y, you calculate the distance, but that seems so inefficient, but you calculate the distance, and if it's less than, if it's less than or equal to the actual radius, then it's gonna be the next pixel. If it's higher than the next pixel, well, I guess you only do one check if it only like decrements by 1. I get that. I guess that makes sense, because if it decrements by 2, that means you have like a hole in the circle, right? Ah, okay. So you only have to check, like, okay, well, is the distance still within the circle? Then you keep the same height. You come here, and all of a sudden x and y is no longer within the circle, so you decrease y by 1. And then you keep going until you're done. Uh-huh. Okay. I mean, that's way more efficient than how I'm doing it. I guess, there might be other ways to do it, I guess. Maybe. Circle of radius 23 drawn by the Burris and Ham algorithm. Well, it looks the same, actually. let's see if I was correct. The objective of the algorithm is to approximate a circle, more formally a curve, using pixels. For simplicity, we aim to approximate a circle of center 0, 0 and integer radius r, a natural number. Furthermore, we only draw to the first octant of the plane, for which we draw a curve from the point r0 and proceed counterclockwise at an angle 45 degrees. The remaining octants can be trivially filled in by rotating and or mirroring the first segment of the curve around the center. At each step, the path is extended by choosing the adjacent pixel which best satisfies blah blah blah. The fast direction of the first octant, the basis vector with the greater increased value is the y minus direct or the y direction. In practice, means that the algorithm always takes a step in a positive y direction upwards and occasionally takes a step in a slow direction, negative x direction leftwards. Huh? If the point drawn at step n is x and y, and thus we impose yn plus 1 equals yn plus 1, and we have to decide whether to set x to xn or x minus 1. Are they talking about another? Because wait, are they talking about another one like this one? Or this one? No, this one. Yeah, y always increases and x can, I don't know. It's confusing because they were here they're talking about the green one, that the green one is like controlling. So yeah. Anyway, the first octant, the basis vector with a greater increase in value is the wider. Okay, I'm not sure if this even matters here. The choice is made by computing distance between decision midpoint to the center of the circle, xn minus 0.5, yn plus 1. Decision midpoint. With the above assumption of a circle of the center, this distance equals to, yeah. If d is more than r, the midpoint method lies outside it, yeah. Okay, so that was the whole thing. Like they just calculate like the distance here. Integer-based arithmetic uses parent can be optimized using only integer-based math. Start by looking at the radius error Pn as the difference between d2 over n and squared radius to avoid having to compute expensive non-integers square root. Yeah, this also slightly changes the condition for determining xn plus 1. Whatever. I'll just do it. I just do it how I said it first there. So let's see. So basically, instead here, what we do is we will, okay, let's remove this crap and we'll do a new one. So what we want to do is we want to start x at 0. And basically, so 0, and then we'll go to max x, or plus 1, I guess. That is x. And that's it. Or I guess it's a while loop, actually. Maybe. Y is... So x starts at 0, y starts at... Like, I mean... Sure, let's just do... I was thinking, like, if we were following the graph, it's actually going to be, like, negative radius. I'm just going to say radius here. Radius. And since we... I think we always floor. I guess we'll find out, but we'll do floor radius int from float. Okay. And then we will do a while loop. While x not equal to y, we will increase x by 1. And now we'll check if we'll calculate the distance somehow, and we will say that we'll check like if the distance is less than or equal to radius, then, and also let's do like radius squared because that's a lot simpler to check. So this would be distance squared, just so we know. So if it's less than or equal to radius squared, we just have to continue doing what we're doing. Otherwise, y will be plus equal to 1. Okay. And then we could defer here to add a thing to the list. So we'll have the list here. Okay, so we'll defer like, you know, list, append, assume capacity, and this is gonna be to int, or let's do like v2 of x and y. Hang on. Yeah, these are always positive, right? So they can be usize. Okay, but we'll turn them into a float vector. Then, I mean, essentially we could add all the variants here, I guess, all the things. How many points do we have? Max points will be radius. Two times radius is like one of the sides squared, essentially. Which, if we factor this out, is gonna be 4 times radius squared. Okay, I think. Okay. So that's width times height. So that's the maximum number of points we're ever gonna have. And I will initialize this with the capacity of that, so we don't have to do that here. So we append using capacity. We have to append 8 different things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 8 different items where I guess we could mirror and flip. Let's figure out that later. Wait, that should be doable. Okay, so, but I guess we're done when we do this. Hello, Penguin. What's up? I guess we're done if we just make these. What if x equals y already? If x equals y, we have like a thing. Hang on. What about the center point? The center point should be offset by 0.505 as well. Yes. Maybe it's better to make these F32s. Where does that come in play here? Actually, no. These are like the grid coordinates. Let's make them I32s just in case. These are the grid coordinates, right? That we're currently checking. But when we're calculating the distance, we have to calculate like I guess the midpoint, the center. But wouldn't that mean we just offset both by 0.5? So we don't add, that doesn't actually do anything. Okay, but anyway, let's do the special case where if x equals y from the start, I was just thinking, if radius is 0.5, that means x equals y. So then we just have like the midpoint. Then x already is y, so we can't, yeah. Then we just return, we just append assumed capacity. XY, I guess, and we return. But what in this case, where we might have 4 different, we start at this one, right? We increase x by 1. Now we're at here, and this is outside of the circle. So we decrease y by 1. Also, no, x is 0. So now x is 1, but y is 0. So we're kinda, this doesn't work because we're gonna continue over here. and then decrease, and then this would be part, and that's just going to be a line that like always misses here. So that doesn't work. So first it checks like, okay, well, this automatically is part of it. This is outside, so it decreases y by 1. I guess we could have a check that says, have we reached, like, is y 0, right? If y is 0, that means we've reached like and that is also, we kind of, the circle is kind of too small to reach the 45-degree. I wonder if there are other edge cases to that as well. Like if you would just expand this a tiny bit. Wait. So what about this? There's a circle going like this, like 2. So it started here. Then probably, is the end point? Is the midpoint of this reaching? Probably not, right? Or is it? And then this one should probably decrease. So here x is 0, y is 2, y2, x1, y2, x2. I guess we're done then. So then we just fill in. No, cause how do we fill this in then? Y2, x2, but then y2, x1. I guess this is what we fill in then. It's like, yeah, we're done, but we still need to fill in the pixel. Is that how you should interpret it, maybe? And then the rest of the octants is filled in with the exact same pattern. Because if we just take this into, like, you start here, you go over here, so now x and y equals 1, we still fill this in. But it's kind of like a special case because it's overlapping like a lot. But yeah, I guess you have to take like the set of the pixels that you get. You don't always get 8 different results, I guess. So basically we can check. Instead of having this check here, we'll do like, do we need 2 checks? actually. Y is 1. Here y is 1, x is... Or y is 2, I mean. Y is 2, x is 0, 1, 2. Then we're done. Fill in the last, copy it over. What about here? Y is now 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1. Uh, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. So then, no, we're not done actually, because there's a gap. Because next one will start here then, if we're doing like this. Wait. This looks weird. It is 45 degrees though, because X... It goes out 45 degrees here. We just need to fill in this 45 degrees, right? So it should technically be down there. It's just that maybe this is wrong. So maybe it has to be like this, right? So it's just that I filled it in wrong, probably. Yeah. Okay, sure. So basically when X equals the starting Y, then we're done. Not when X equals Y, like after the computation. Just when X equals Y, the starting Y. Okay? That is how I'm interpreting this. So start Y is going to be this. Y starts at start Y. And here is like while X not equal to starting Y. We can try it. Okay, let's do the distance now. The distance of that is going to be... You know what? Let's make these floats, because then it's going to be easier to actually compare here. Yeah. So it's just going to be x times x plus y times y. Okay. Now the question is, do we use a set instead? Because now we get duplicates. I think we should probably use like a set. Problem is now we can't use assumed capacity, but whatever. Okay, we just need to understand what we need to put in here. Now, the octants. So, we have, this is one octant then, and then, yeah, this is one octant. So we need to kind of rotate, 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 fill in. Wait, is it one octant? 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, it's like kind of like 4 here. Yeah, and that's why we have, wait. Right, because we fill in like this. That's one octant, and then that gets filled in like that. This gets filled in like this. Right, okay. So the 4 octants are essentially this, and then the mirrored one. Then we have this one. We have the mirror, I guess the mirrored one of that. Well, these are the top ones. I'm gonna group them with top ones and right. There's like 4 quadrants or 4 directions, like top, left, right, bottom, and then each one has 2 octants. So this would be the 2 octants of the right one, and then these would be the 2 of the left one, and then there's the bottom one as well. Okay, so there's actually like for each pixel or for each tile or cell we have, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 copies, right? Yes. So I guess we'll start. So this is the normal one. Let's start with this flipped one, which is going to be just, I guess X is just flipped for that. So X is flipped. Let's make it integers. I'm pretty sure they are always going to be, yeah, they are always like, you know what? Let's make them I32s to start with, actually. Because they are always like integers. It's just this calculation that needs to do like float from int here. Wait, or do we even need that? I think it's just float from int on this one. It doesn't actually matter, maybe. No, that's right, because radius squared is a float. Yes. Okay. Okay. And then we don't need to do to int, we just need to put the thing as it should be, because these are I32s already. Great. Cool. I just want the base established here before we copy everything. Okay, so this is the top part. This one. I guess we'll do the right one. So I guess maybe we'll start with this one. So this one would be like, basically this rotated 90 degrees. So it's the original rotated 90 degrees. Which could be... It's not a flip, right? Is it just that like x becomes y? Y becomes x? X is y. And y actually is negative x. Okay. So x is y, y is negative x, I think. And then this one is just y flipped from that, I think. So I guess yx, because then it's like x is y, and then y is x. Yeah, I guess, maybe. It's kind of hard to... No? Wait. Okay. I guess we could try to visualize each one, perhaps. X becomes y, yes. But then y becomes x. Like, okay. Let's just keep going here. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Let's do the left one. I guess the left one we could maybe think of in terms of the right one. Because this one would just be x flipped from this one, right? So if we take this one and we flip x, that should give us... From this should give us this. And then this is going to be this flipped. So it's going to be this one flipped x. That gives us these two, I think. And then these ones are simply flipped versions of these ones. So this one would be flipped of this one, and this is flipped of this one. So we just need, or the other way around, we just need like to copy these two and flip y. And I'm just gonna make sure we don't have any duplicates here now. So we have like, I guess this is top and bottom, and this is left and right, I think. Or the other way around. It's right. Yeah, this is right and this is left. So this is top, right, left, and bottom. Okay. But now there's no like two on slice. So what we have to do is we have to basically like duplicate the list keys, return the results, but we also deinitialize the list. I guess, yeah, we could just do defer here. All right. Cool. Let's see if this works now. It's gonna be interesting to see. I think we can test it right away. Okay, that actually looks a lot like my like hard-coded circles that I made first. Wow, it actually works. Okay. Cool. Let's try and put the radius back to what it was before. Whoa, okay. What the hell? I think something is wrong with the flippity flops. But that actually kind of looks cool. Okay. Strange. It worked well first, but now it's like all messed up. So I guess if we just rotate them, maybe it will work. Strange. That is very strange. Like, how did it work so well at first? Now all of a sudden it doesn't work at all. That is very strange. I'll change this as well. It will have each one shown for 1 second. And then we'll also do only one circle should be shown at a time. So I won't show... actually, I'll do like this. Whoops. Let's also do 4, I guess, maybe. Where's the radius? Set. Yeah. Let's do 4. Alright, so now we only show one ring at a time, and it shows for longer. Now keep in mind, like the towns, like some of these have like priority, so they are rendered like over. I'm gonna change that. Whoa, what? Why? Oh, is it showing like in parallel here, or what happened? The firing. Firing itself should be parallel, yes. What the hell? Oh, hang on. Right, if it's 1, we only show 1. If it's 2, we use like sequential. Right, okay. We show like... Okay, so the thing that you saw now was only number 4. Right. Okay. I was like, what the hell is happening? But yeah, these are the actual like explosion animation. So we have to like sequentially show each one depending on how much radius we have. Okay. There we go. It was only showing the last one, so it was only showing like 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then what if we, for example, change the radius plus or negative 0.5. Okay, so there is still an issue. It's interesting that the first one actually still works. So something is flipped. It's interesting that it's symmetric over everything. Like outwards. So everything is flipped. Maybe it's just Y for top. Right seems to be X, should be flipped. But I guess it doesn't matter because now we're back to where we were, right? We still have the same things, it's just that we flip. Yeah, this shouldn't be any difference right here. Wait, shouldn't this be -1? Why was it +1? What the hell? Okay, there we go. Okay, and now if we go back to 1, or I mean, now if we go back to this, we get more like a weird pattern, I guess. Okay. But what I'm thinking also is what we could do is we could do... So So yeah, awesome. We have the circle animation, like the circle. This thing works well, and we can use it for other things as well. And potentially also to, maybe if we want to check like what are the inner, if you want to get like grab an area and just look at all the things in there. But yeah, let's bring this back. And I think what we could do here is like show kind of like in between as well. Because I think some of these, like 2 and 3, there's like gaps. Okay, now we got some crash, unreachable code, fireball, 57. Oh, right. I didn't implement for 4. There is kind of like a, you know, algorithm here. But whatever, let's just do hard code the cases. Actually, that looks a lot better. Yeah. So what if we now change you back? Because this was the case where I think there was like holes in between. There. Yeah. I guess in some case there are holes in between. So that has to be like 2 to 3. This one. So what we could potentially do is just add 2.5. And that will maybe cover that hole. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right, but I think I'm not sure if I want. Like, let's add like do plus 0.5. Because negative 0.5 actually like, yeah, now we start at like the 1 there. And now I guess maybe you need like 0.5. You need maybe 0.5 here. I don't know. That's a large explosion. Okay, so now let's do, instead of weight 1, we'll do 0.1. Yeah. Cool. That was kind of the thing I was going for. Except the graphics, like the actual tile graphics that you see, like the sprite is I want to change a little bit. But yeah, cool. Nice. All right. Okay, cool. So what do we want to do now? We had a to-do list. Well, not really, I guess. It's actually just a scrabble of vision and 1 bug here. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to remove this hard-coded rings. Nice. And I'm gonna move out. I'm gonna remove my old implementation here. I'm gonna move this to kind of like a utils thing. I guess board math, maybe. Okay. Math is gonna be no utils board math. I guess we could have like action. Wait, what the hell? Something like that, maybe. Whatever. All right. And then we can basically have this board equals board.board action. It's nice to have this like convenience things. And then if we go to fireball, we have like calc circle, blah, blah, blah. That's gonna be like game board math. Cool. Great. Now, do we still need to do all this crap here? We have the board, so we have a list of board vectors. I guess since it's like unknown length, we need to turn it into a list of fires or animations here. So I guess we still need to kind of do this. Except we don't really need to make an array list. We could just make an actual array. Or a slice instead, like fires. Slice, whatever, is gonna be arena allocator allocates animation monad void board vector length instead. And then this is going to be the same thing. And then we don't need to do this actually. And then actually this is just fires. Yeah, there we go. We'll simplify there. Cool. I added this weight primitive as well, which I tried to make it like fully monadic, like you only using like other primitive combinators, but it can be done, but it's like it requires like mutable state, and also like being able to store other things than just entity context. So I ended up just making it into a fully like built-in monadic primitive instead, which I guess it's also good because it removes a lot. Like if you do it this way, it's more optimized, so it's fine. It's just it's nice when you actually can use the built-in stuff for that. So and so here, for example, time, to get the actual like elapsed time, I have this primitive which gives you like the animation monad context, which has game on it, so you can get elapsed time. Although technically, no, that's what actually, yeah, that's what you have to do now to get the elapsed time, because that is like the simulated time. Not the raylib elapsed time, that's different. That's like real time, but this is like the simulated world time. So you could take, so what we do is I take this context, we map it, and we get this out, and we map it to just an F64 and return that. So that is essentially, this is a functor operation here. If you want the functional programming term here. So we take this monadic value, we map it to another type, and what you get is a monad of that new type there. So it's kind of like reaching into the monad, transforming the type to something else, or transforming the value somehow, returning something that is now the result of this monad. Okay, so it's just nice when you can do that, because then all the kind of, the glue and stuff in between is like built in, so you don't have to implement this update stuff and the reset stuff and do all this crap here. You simply do this, and it's so much more terse than implementing the full thing. What the hell is this? Oh yeah, I also did this when, which is like it takes a condition to determine when something should happen. So this when thing is like, well, when you get to a when, it's gonna pull out whatever is in the condition, check if it's true or false. If it's false, the consequence, nothing happens essentially. If it's true, then the consequences. So it's kind of like an if statement. Although there's no else here, but it's like an if with a then, without an else, you could say. So for example, in here, for example, let's say we introduce another. Let's say we introduce another thing here, which is like random. What should we get here? Random. We have to kind of implement the whole interface, like a whole API for this, I guess. But let's just say we get a random float for now. We get a random float. So this would be animation monad F32. And I think we need context. So essentially, it's just a map, actually. It's going to be context map let's do random. So you take animation model context, and then we return F32. So we simply just return game random float F32, and that's it. That's the random thing. Then, I mean, technically what we can do, we can also return like the actual random construct if we want. But let's do it like this. So we get random. I guess we can also do like chance to build on this, and this would be a bool. So basically what we would do is we would have a random chance of percentage, right? And so we would take random and we map random to a bool. And this is chance. And then we return like, and then what we get here is like the random number. And we just return if random is less than or equal to percentage. Right? However, there's no closures in Zig, but I made like a closure kind of helper here. So I can make a closure. This reminds me a lot about how kind of C++ does it actually. Because you have to, basically I have to like say that, okay, we get, so percentage is now a closure, like within, it's captured in the closure. Okay. And so now we have a closure here. However, we actually need, and we have a bunch of different closures because we used it. But then we have to actually receive the value here, because that's how the function receives the closure stuff. So you give it a tuple of stuff that can be anything, and then it's gonna proceed to give you that into the function. So now we can, except one caveat here is they can't be named the same. So we have to, because it's shadowing the outer scope thing. So I usually just add a underscore after that. But anyway, now we're using like, now we made random where we get a random float. I made chance that gives us a bool in the monad that depends on this random number that we get. Now, important to note here how this monad works is that each monad gives you one value and then it's done, essentially. Then it moves on to the next one. So the random number that you get will happen once and then it's done until the animation is like reset for some reason. Like let's say we repeat the animation, then we won't get the same number. We will get another random number if the animation is repeated. Okay. But and by also definition, then chance will also be repeated with another random number. So chance of percentage. So let's go to well, for example, fireball. And let's say sprite. Let's say that we have, maybe we'll have like another sprite. Where's the thing? Here. Let's say we have another sprite that is supposed to be the fire. By the way, I made this sprite myself. So this is my first extension to the tile set. I downloaded this tile set and it's pretty cool because all the tiles are single color. So it's pretty easy to add your own thing. Now I added this kind of ugly fire thing. But the original is really well done. It like you can tell what things are most of the time. It's such a, there is only 12 by 12 pixels. Each tile is 12 by 12. So it's very tiny like things, but it like, yeah, I don't know. It just has this charm to it that I really enjoy. So let's say we want to add, I mean, okay, let's say we have the same thing, except it's, I don't know, yellow or something. So let's do like select by color. Let's go yellow. All right, so now that's yellow. And now we'll look at where is this? It's at 352,417. So let's do like yellow fire is at 352,417. Right. So how do we actually we don't have an if else. I just realized we just have when. But I think we can override it, maybe. No, we have to have like an if else if this is gonna work, I think. I was thinking like having a random chance that it's gonna be either a yellow fire or a red fire. But I think we need an if else for that. So we have when, which is just executing something when like executing something when something is true. Also, by the way, I also improved how bind and map works. So basically bind, before you had to put in the type of the input monad, but now we're kind of just assuming that the monad is this, because then usually you already have a monad, or you have to have a monad when you bind. And usually you already have another monad. So you can say monad.bind now instead, which works a lot better because it's a lot easier to type and all that. So I guess let's do like an if else maybe. So condition, and then let's do like then, and then we'll have else, which is a keyword, so we can't use that, but let's do this. All right. And let's just void it to be sure. And here I also made a habit now of kind of showing what the kind of Haskell kind of equivalent here would be. So so this is the bind operator. So you take condition bind. It's just a guide for me a little bit to kind of understand how I should implement this. So condition bound into a lambda. You take, you get the condition out, B, and then you can check what B is. If B is true, then we can do then. Actually, then is a keyword in Haskell, so let's do this as well. Okay, just for that. But otherwise, we do else. And then, now that we have if else, when can be redefined by saying if else condition consequence, and then the else part will just be, nothing really. It's kind of the same thing here. So we're just calling if else with condition, and this is the then, and this is the else. So else doesn't do anything, right? So, but okay, let's implement this one then. So we'll make a closure. We need both else and then now, and this one is then, and here we got else, and the bool. If bool is true, we return then, otherwise we return else. There we go, and I'll rename you to if else here. Cool. And there we go. Then we're done. We can redefine this in terms of just if else. So we'll just call if else. Condition is condition. This is consequence. And then this is just pure bullshit. So there we go. Awesome. Where pure is basically, it doesn't do anything, essentially. Okay, so now we have if else. We can do like here, let fire equals if else if chance 0.5, then we do a sprite of the original. Otherwise, we'll do a sprite of yellow fire. Okay. So there's a 50% chance to be the normal sprite, or there's otherwise it will be the yellow fire. Okay, let's see if this works. What's this now? What the hell is that? What happened here? Huh? Oh. Man, I did the same... I did the exact same error last time I imported it and did the same thing, like aliasing that one. Interesting. Alright, so Fireball 109. Expected type monad void found and context. Oh. Okay, so maybe we can make it. Okay, let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. We can actually make this work here. Let's do monad if else. Let's do when has to be void, I think, because consequence is like if the consequence isn't run, what is it gonna return? It's like it could be a default value, but then that would be a separate operation, I feel like. If else can potentially return a value. So let's say that this is, you know, something that we would, well, this is the issue. We need a type actually. If it's, what if it's this? Yeah. Let's do it this here. Although this could bite us later. But I guess we'll start with this and we'll find out how this is gonna work. No, this is animation monad T. And this gives us T. Why is it like this? Okay. there somewhere we don't return? Over here? Oh. Huh. Why do I get these errors now? Interesting. Okay, maybe I didn't use this before. Okay, so, well, I used it, but now I guess I didn't. So, so bind is like, yeah, we get a famb and a monad. So a monad, and then so basically you get monad of t, and then a function that maps t to a monad of u, and then we return monad of u. So we're waiting for the t to come out. When it does, we pass it into the function, and then the result is this. So if we have a monad of u, we run that until it's done. If we don't have a monad of mu, we will try to get the thing here. I guess, yeah. If we don't get the thing, we return null. There we go. Okay, and there you can see that it randomly, every time you get a random chance that it's, I guess it's empty now because I didn't did I export it? I don't even remember if I exported it. I save, I export. I think I did not. And then copy asset. And now let's try again. And there you go. Now it's like every time the animation is replayed, you get a random chance of each one being a different color. And can add even more if we want, I guess. But you get the point, maybe. Oops. Can do that. Next one is 365. Go back to Fireball. So now we can kind of chain the if else. I mean, you could even have a tuple of monads, potentially. Or a list of monads. No. That doesn't work. Because now we have to chain like if else and then have another if else here. Yeah, okay. Anyway, let's do like green fire. So now let's do like, I guess like 33% chance we get a red fire. Now we can say if else chance 33% again. I think, wait, no, should it be 50 now? Because there's only 2 items left, right? Yeah, then we get a yellow, otherwise we get a green fire. So this should also work. Yeah. So now there's like 33% chance to get each one. And it's like random every time. Cool. All right. So we're kind of building up like the base here a little bit. Yes. Okay. Another thing that would be nice is like so what I was thinking from the start is like when the fireball gets thrown, it also should be rotated, I think, to match, you know, the direction that the player is like in. Same with the arrows. The one thing that is kind of weird about this is you notice how there's like a background on the arrows. And also the fireballs. Actually everything. Oh, we're gonna crash. I get this weird crash every now and then in this area. Attempting to use a null value. Oh, it's because we died. Okay. And the player doesn't exist, so it can't get the player. Okay. Yeah, anyway. You know what? Let's go into the monsters and let's go to the... Oh, I need to do this as well. Archer. When we attack, we will deal 0 damage for now. So that I don't die when I try to explain this. Look at all these rainbow fireballs coming at us. Okay. It's kind of, yeah, the arrows kind of show it easier because the arrows show us, you know, you see the black background of the arrows. I'm not sure if I want to have the black background because if you rotate the sprite, the black background will rotate as well. And even if you only, like, let's say you rotate the arrow and you paint like a black background on it, I don't think I want that either. It kind of fits with this whole roguelike theme though, where it's like, you know, in the old roguelikes where you can only show like ASCII characters, there's no such thing as showing like an arrow in front of, you know, a glass floor or something, some kind of texture. You know, that's not how it works. It's like you can see either it's an arrow or it's the floor or something else, like a person or something. You can only show one thing at a time at a certain point. So that is kind of like how those roguelikes do it. However, in those roguelikes, you also cannot show, as I'm doing here, sprites being drawn, you know, between tiles. So I think what I'll do is I will probably just make them transparent. We can just make it transparent and then see how that looks. Also, I'm thinking of maybe also making everything transparent, like just taking all the black pixels, except maybe the ones that are like inside the sprites, and making those transparent, essentially. So that's going to be a lot of work if we want to do it for everything. But I'm just going to do, let's select black, remove, and there we go. Now it's transparent instead. And now it gets hard to see where the grid is. Except we can enable grids, configure grid. Each one is like 12 by 12. except they're not, because there's like in between as well. So I guess it's gonna be like 4. No, wait. Is it 13 by 13 then, or is it 14 by 14? I guess we'll find out. And what is the offset? The offset is 1, 1. Okay. So offset is 1, 1, and then it's 13 by 13. Yeah. Wait, is it? Yeah, I think so. This is 12 by 12, I think. No, it's 13 by 13. What? This is 11 by 11. Oh, now it's get this difficult here. Where does it start? It starts here, right? So it starts at 1, 1. This is the tile here. So if we view the grid, this is wrong. We offset it by 1. Now it's correct. No, it's not. Wait, where is it? It's 13 by 30 because it includes like a spacing. But what we would have to think about here is that the right side and the bottom side is not actually part of the tile. Even though it kind of looks like it sometimes. But I don't think you will find any tile now that actually populates the left or the right and the bottom side here. Okay, let's... should we save this to like another version? This would be like transparent. Let's undo until... Where is the thing? Okay, so I want to save this. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll select all the black colors, we'll delete, and then I'm gonna save as transparent, so that we can have both versions if we want. And now I'm gonna copy asset. Let's do transparent. Now let's go to asset keys. The thing is like, okay, well, let's have 2 versions. And we'll use the transparent one here. Which one do I use for player? Like the renderable from animation, get animation, right? And you use the sprite. So this will be all transparent now. Okay. Okay, now we can see the player is transparent. Everything is transparent now. Yeah, I mean, it kind of the colors of the, you know, the colors of the goblins looks Like the arrows are harder to see. And the color of the goblins are a lot like the trees. But that, you know, maybe we can balance that. I think the trees are probably... We're supposed to not really show the trees like this. Or be able to walk on the trees. Alright. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. Maybe there should be like a black outline or something. The trouble is some sprites kind of well, like if you look at the player, for example. Well, why did... Okay. If we draw like a black outline. Wait, where did the grid go? Oh, I see. I removed that settings when I undid the thing. Let's redo that. So 13 by 13, 1, 1. There you go. And I want it to be double dashed, so it's easier to see. All right, I guess we'll think of gray as being... Yeah, see here, for example, already we have an issue because this part is actually not part of the tile. The tiles are 12 by 12 and not 13 by 13. So that's already an issue, essentially. Because this would just be like this. I mean, it might be fine. I mean, I guess it kind of works because the bottom side and the right side are always going to be black. No, they're not, actually. The trees do not simply, they simply don't go up there. If I go over, oh my god. If I go to the village and I go over to the road, we can see the feet are not black. I guess it's not that important, maybe. It's a it's a little bit like, why is this, why do I have to deal with this? But yeah, it's I guess it's fine, whatever. Okay, I'm just gonna read this here just to get this rolling here. Both cool, great, verification, typing instantaneous, Please do till extension plus home expansions coverage I run home style manipulation recording. Okay. This commit wait. This shouldn't work. Well, you have to use the environment variable. This environment can't. This commit logo. Yeah. Okay. Next up is phase 3. Okay, let's continue. Go. All right, I'm gonna do the other ones, I guess. The question, wait, what the hell is this? The colors that was actually not black. Maybe they were like a little bit transparent or something. Or a little bit blue, actually. Like, there shouldn't be anything that is so dark, essentially. Except for maybe these ones, because these ones are supposed to be floor types. So they are supposed to be dark. Oh, what the hell is this? Okay, cool. Just a little tiny bit of cleanup there. Okay, well anyway, anything else we'll notice like when actually using things, so. Hey, a bike and a skateboard. Is that like a goblin on a skateboard or something? What the hell's going on here? Alright, cool. The only issue here now is like we can simply just use a sprite. I have to actually like fill in the black stuff now as well. But whatever. Let's see. Which one did we use here actually? Goblin 13. Is it just this one, right? 1353. Okay. So this one's what we're using. I'm gonna just outline this. Okay. That's the goblin. And then we have 20. It's the archer somewhere. Is it this? No, that's a shield, right? 20. Oh, we're way down. Here we go. Here's the archer. Oh, my GIMP is having problems with this file here. 2029. Let's outline. Whoops. Should we just fill? I guess we'll fill this in everything here. It's kind of like sometimes. This is always the question. Do you want the corners or do you not want the corners? Like, that is the question. Okay, and then we have 24 something. It's one of these. I think it's this one, yeah. Or is it? No, it's this one. And here we have the same issue, except it's now it's like from the top is. All right, cool. And then let's do the, I guess we can do like the fireball and the arrow. It's kind of harder to see what things are now, actually. Maybe we should keep actually like a layer that is like the black background. I should have kept that. But we could open previous one. And I will select black, copy. Paste into black. Okay. So now it's like we can use this to kind of see things better. I wonder if you can set like, maybe we can set the background pattern of the image or something. Not sure if you can do that. Like, you know, the kind of checkerboard background here. If you can change that. Anyone knows if you can do that? Okay. Anyway, this is the transparent version. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Where are the arrows? Think over here. I think this is the one we're using. So we can do this. Oops. Just add a little outline so it's easier to see that this is the arrow that we're dealing with. Wait, do you fit? Yeah, you fit in the whole. Yeah, this is 12 by 12. Yeah. So we can do the bottom as well. Okay, cool. Nice. And then the fireball. This is different though, because I put it like all the way down there. Whatever. All right. Let's export that. Copy the thing. Run. Okay. So now it has like a black outline. At least mostly, I guess. And all the goblins are kind of easier to see now. What about the arrows? Okay, arrows are easier to see. Okay. So what I want to do now is I want the. I'm not sure if this is what we're gonna have in the end, but yeah, let's keep it like this for now, and we'll see. But what I want to do now is I want to rotate the sprites so that they follow the velocity that they currently have, or acceleration, I guess more accurately should be No, now I'm thinking about spaceships. Yeah, velocity, I guess. So we could just implement like a monad primitive for that if we wanted to. There's a primitive for move. I mean, I guess potentially we could also like have an option here that like says you should also like move with the option of also change direction depending on like change rotation based on the velocity or the direction that we're moving, basically. We could do that, or we could have like a rotate thing that rotates the thing to a thing. The thing about rotate though is that we would need to kind of like if it changes direction, we would need to keep update the rotation to match the velocity. You know, let's just do it the easy way. Let's just incorporate it into here. So let's have like options, is move options. And let's have like, so we need, I think we need like a base rotation that kind of describes what rotation is considered the starting point. Like then, so base rotation should be rotate the sprite by this base rotation should make the sprite point to the right. Okay. And otherwise, and then also we have like this option then like rotation behavior, I guess, maybe. Like rotation could be like rotation is an e none, rotation is like none, or velocity, something like that. And then the standard is none. That's the default. Okay. And then essentially, since this is just a linear movement, we don't really need to keep updating velocity. We can, or the direction, I mean, we can just set it to the rotation once, and then it should be done. So what this is doing here is essentially we're binding the context to this function here, and then we return the continuation animation here, which just repeats a move steps number of times. And then in the end, we also like fully align to the target position so we don't get any weird offs, like long-term drift. So what we need to do as well is we need to kind of, well, in this instance, actually, we're fetching the actual position of the movie, and we can say also that we can set the duration, so or the rotation. So if now we also need like the options here. So options, move options. Okay, so you have options, rotation is equal to velocity. I guess we can switch on it. Usually switch when you have, if it's none, we don't care. If it's rotate like velocity, then we have to do something here. So we will take movie. Do we get the body here at some point? No, we don't. So we have to like get the body, and we can set rotation. Actually, it's like apply, blah blah blah. Rotation. And we set to so this would be like base rotation plus some angle. Now what is the angle? It's gonna be based on the velocity, so it's gonna be like a tan 2 of I guess the relative that we don't have, so we need the actual relative position. Relative position is gonna be body position minus target. Okay, and now we go to fireball, for example. And then the initial animation where we send the fireball off. This is gonna have, so base rotation. So what is base rotation? Base rotation. So the arrow is currently pointing 45 degrees upright. Right points straight to the right. Or I mean 0 points straight to the right. Okay, so the arrow is currently kind of offset by 45 degrees. In normal maths, in like computer screen maths, we have to, or the computer screen coordinates, we have to kind of flip y. But let's not worry about that for now. We just do it later. So we have to, basically we have to rotate minus 45 degrees to go back to right. Okay. So the base vector should be minus 45 degrees. So it should be like minus pi over 4. Okay, and then rotation is going to be velocity. All right, so the fireball should now rotate according to its velocity. Right, and now we have to update a bunch of places here. Now we have to have a move. Anything else? Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be the same thing here. Wait, I was looking at the arrow. Oh. Okay, so it's either going to be correct or it's going to be flipped, I think. Okay, I need to double check something. Are we actually passing rotate into draw? Is the question. So draw, renderable. We are. Takes rotation. And we are actually passing it into draw texture here as well. Okay, is it the age-old issue that I always forget for some reason where when... yes it is. Degrees. When... Okay, so Raylib for some reason, which I don't understand, Raylib actually accepts degrees instead of radians. I just feel like usually you use radians. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But the point is, we have to convert, when you draw with Raylib, you have to convert from radians to degrees if you're using radians. So in order to do that, we take 180 times rotation over pi and that is what we need to use. There we go. Okay. Now it's rotated. Cool. Oh, here's another issue. Well, there's two issues. It's, I think, yeah, the rotation is kind of flipped. So I think the base vector is wrong. So let's fix that first. This, let's flip it and see if that works better. Sort of. Wait, did I think about this wrong? Path over... So pi is 180 degrees, right? Over 2 is 90, over 4 is 45. And it's pointing down right, so that's 45 degrees down right. We add this to make it... It should be negative, I think. So what do we need to do in order to make it right? I think it's just the other way around. We just need to add pi, I think. So if you add pi here, it's essentially like adding, let's see, remove this here, like adding 4 pi over here. So it's like taking this times 5 over -4, right? Is this correct? Kind of weird, but let's see. Yes, it is kind of correct. Although now you see another issue. Well, you might have seen it before, but the issue is that the fireball is kind of rotated, but it's rotated along the like when we get it on this angle, it kind of looks correct. It comes out at the correct spot. It kind of looks okay. As soon as we go like another angle, you can see it kind of looks like it's spawning at the incorrect place, right? So that means that it's rotating not around its center. It's rotating like around the top left here. So when it's rotating, it's going to rotate like up like this. And the way that happens is essentially how it's drawn here. So when we draw the texture, we pass in an origin here. Oh, we pass in an origin here. And the origin has to be... Actually, let me try this again, because that might actually have caused some issues. Now, you see the same issue happening here. So the origin is happening in here. Now we have to pass in the origin, which is the thing where it should be rotated around. So we can either pass in an origin here. We can also change where it's drawn, I guess. But that will mess things up. This will also mess things up here. This is going to be like the size over 2. Half size is this. Origin is half size or negative half size. I don't know actually. So this is just half size. Oh, wait, origin. Okay, actually, well, the sprite looks correct now. It's just that everything is now drawn kind of offset from where it should be drawn. Right? That's the issue now. So if we then don't do this, we just set the position to be position. Will it now be correct? I think so. I can't move outside of the map. Very good. All right, there we go. So now we can like rotate the sprites. Cool. Although I think the town should not be transparent though. Well, I guess the town can still have it like an outline, then that this will get rid of this issue down here. Okay, and let's go up and look at the arrows. They are not exactly correct. Let's change their vectors as well. Or rotation, I mean. Ranged attack. Let's try this maybe. And I want to change the initial monster here to be an archer instead. Okay, there we go. It works. Cool. Cool. All right. Okay. Okay, so one more thing that I want to do is I want to... It's not actually showing like damage numbers right now. And that is one of the things that I've been thinking about a bit because the thing about the damage numbers is that if we just show the damage number at the instant when a thing hits, if you have multiple things hitting at the same time, it's gonna like the damage numbers are gonna like override each other, or they're gonna like, you know, everything shows at the same time. So what I'm thinking there is that the animation monad is actually going to have an orchestration control over the damage numbers. So they're going to have a very special role here. So essentially we have like a special, you know, global, you could say, over all the animations, list of damage numbers that is queued up to be displayed. And when we add a damage number, it's gonna kind of determine its position based on all the damage numbers that is currently like in the current because technically how it works is this: the animation monad is like it's just essentially just an engine with an update function. Every time you call update, you update the animation based on, well, you just update to the next frame of the animation, essentially. So you call basically an update function, which cascades into a bunch of update functions, depending on how the animation is defined. And sometimes the animation says, well, now I'm done, do some, like, play this damage number animation now, with like 1 damage or something like that. So I'm not sure exactly how this will work, like how this damage number is gonna be defined, like, okay, so what I'm thinking here, like, or like shown in the animation essentially. So what I'm thinking here is basically, let's say you have let's say you have like the person here, and you get hit by a bunch of arrows. You know, and so once that happens, we see a bunch of red numbers. And so, for example, we get hit by a damage number. We show a 1 that slowly like moves up. That is the way I've done it now. Except, you know, I've reworked it so now it doesn't show because it's like in the middle of refactoring here. But it shows the number, it slowly goes up. However, if something else hits as well, it's gonna just write another number on the exact same spot and then move up a little bit. And what you could do is maybe like randomize the position so that like you have a tiny offset so it doesn't show exactly the same. But what I'm thinking also is like if we can orchestrate this so we know what position every damage number has beforehand, we could essentially make sure that we have like a bunch of slots or something where the first damage number maybe shows up here, the next damage number maybe even waits a little bit until that has risen up so that we get like a bunch of random numbers being shown and they all like rise up at the same time. and they never overlap or something like that. So that would be one way. Another way would maybe to be, let's say you receive 1 damage, so that's gonna show like the 1 damage first, and then it's gonna hover maybe around a little bit and then move up if there's nothing else hitting you. But if you have 2 things hitting you, then it's gonna change into a 2. And then it's gonna, like, you know, keep accumulating depending on how much is hitting you at the same time. And then once everything is done hitting you and there's like a little delay in the next thing, it's gonna slowly rise up. And then the next one could start as well. So I think I'm gonna choose between one of those two. I don't know, I kind of like the first one because it was, I don't know, kind of like cool as it pops up a bunch of random numbers in like different positions and they don't really overlap, but then you kind of have to kind of calculate, well, you get a sense of how much you get damage for, I guess. If you just see the number accumulate, maybe you don't get a sense of how much damage one specific attack did, maybe, I don't know. I guess we can try different things. It's just like how we percent the damage numbers. But this could be kind of cool. Like, I think I like the one where you accumulate, actually, also. So you get, like, you know, it updates depending on how much you get hit. Question is, how do we actually implement it? Maybe we can implement it through the monad somehow. Actually, it can be like an accumulator. Somehow we could have like a global, I mean, that's kind of what we have. Like the damage number is the global. It's just that now we have to kind of, it has to be a primitive to work. Well, actually it doesn't have to be a primitive because we can just get the context. The thing gets called, we get the context, we check. Do we have damage numbers in here already? Then we add another damage number and we basically sum them up. We also need then, like, we need more here actually. So like we need like a special state for like the damage number animation. That's gonna be like a separate thing. Also, like, you could probably have multiple damage numbers shown at the same time. So this isn't even gonna be, yeah, this isn't even gonna be like, I'm just thinking about the player. But that's just one instance. You can have multiple damage numbers shown at the same time. Unless we only show attacks on one target at the same time. I don't know. I think we probably should support showing multiple at the same time. Because you can have, for example, you can have a AoE attack that damages multiple things at the same time. So, yeah. But I think instead of this just being a U size, we could make it have like damage state. So basically, or like, so basically, like, we call damage numbers with, the damage that we want. This is gonna say So basically, like, I guess we also have a target. So it has to be connected to one entity, because it's kind of like, that's how it works. Like, one entity receives the damage. So we need a target as well. Right. And I guess, you know, we need like, somehow we get like animation, get damage animation or state or something. Get damage state of target. Damage animation dot damage plus equals to damage. We could even have damage received at is gonna be like the time. And that we can get from like the context and stuff. Because I can use that to make a little fancy animation maybe for the damage being received. Maybe we'll show like a fade, a color fade, where it's like, okay, just so you know, this number now increased or something like that. Yeah, so it's just, it does that, it updates the state essentially just of the animation. And then when we draw this, we essentially have to go and look into the animation system, grab out the context. So it's like, let's say we get the animation context somehow, which we can do is already. And then we just look at, we will just, I guess we'll somehow loop through. I guess we could have like instead of having an array list of usize, we'll have a hash map of entities to, we'll have a hash map of entities. Yeah, a hash map for entity, because otherwise it'd be hard to actually get the thing. So a hash map for entities to like damage animation state. And so we'll just go through like the damage numbers dot, I guess we could go for values probably and store the entity there. And we'll get the damage animation. I'm not sure why I did this convention over here. Okay, and then we'll say, then we'll just like draw, draw damage number at damage animation position, because the position doesn't need to be the position. This is kind of interesting, because what happens if some attack or some effect actually moves the entity over? Should the damage number also move with the entity, or should it hang around and float and then move the entity, and then if we get a new damage afterwards, it's gonna show a new damage number? Or we could just move the damage number with the entity maybe. Yeah, so in that case, actually we'll get the position from damage animation target, position, whatever. This would be the position and then you know, well, I mean, I guess we could just pass in damage animation. So we get the position, and then we'll get like the color is gonna be like get damage number color based on the animation. So that could take look at the damage received at, and then fade it from like, I don't know, yellow to red or something, depending on how close in time that is. So we could like have the time there. And then we'll just draw text, you know, draw text, damage, animation, damage. So that's the current damage, and then position, and then the color. So there we go. I think we'll do something like this here. That should probably work. I mean, what we also could technically do is have damage number be an actual entity, but whatever. Let's see. So, okay, so in order to do this, we need to make you into an, let's make it into an auto array hash map. The type is going to be hello Phil, what's up, what's up, what's up? So, or the key, I mean, the key is going to be, I think, easiest entity, probably, because that is not much. Another day starting. Yeah. Unfortunately, no, I'm just kidding. Into damage number state or something. And this one is just gonna be like, we have targets, we have damage, no, not position, we have received, damage received at. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's see if we can make this work here. So damage number, I don't think, we don't have this primitive actually. So we need to go to monad. Yeah, there's no such thing. So let's add damage number. We need target. I mean, technically we need like a damage number state. But let's make this API here. So target, and then we need damage. Maybe we'll put this the other way around. I usually have the one that's like shorter. Well, sometimes first, I guess. I don't know. Kind of depends. And let's just avoid. All right, damage target. Yeah, that's all we need, I guess. And this will essentially be like context, and then the thing is, we can just make this into a map. The thing, every time I use map for a side effect, it actually hurts me a little bit. We can also do a do, there's also do, but that does not take a monad, it just does something with no input, essentially. It doesn't like map a monad. It just does some side effect when this comes up. But map actually, in like the holy rules of monads, you're not supposed to do side effects inside map or inside a map. But whatever. As long as everything works as you want it to work, then I would say it's fine. So we need damage and target in our closure. Damage is a use size and target is a entity context. We get context, which is animation blah 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 context. Oh, right. Now, and you return void. Okay, now let's get the damage state, damage number state from context. Damage numbers get, and the key is target entity. Now, if this doesn't exist, we have to create it. So I'm gonna make a little scope here. And we'll say context damage numbers put on target entity a new state. Oh. Where the target is target and the damage is wait. Yeah, damage is damage received. Damage received at is going to be game get elapsed or just elapsed time. And then we're gonna break. We need the pointer actually, yeah. Get the pointer. And now we can get this again, but we know it exists, so we can unwrap it. Okay. So now we should, that should be populated after this here. So, I mean, what you also could do is like, you could just do if has, or if contains, or if it doesn't contain, then we put it. Yeah, that's probably more readable maybe. If damage numbers contains target entity, or if it doesn't contain, then we populate it. And now we can see, now we can actually assume it exists here. Yeah, I like this a little better. All right. Now, what do we want to do with this state? This state should be a mutable damage number state, yes. So damage number state dot. Okay, well actually, okay. Actually over here we already kind of initialized it to what it should be. If we modify it over here again, it's gonna be bad. So I'll just return here actually. Yeah. But anyway, if we get down here, we know it exists. So now we'll say damage plus equal to damage, and damage received at is gonna be equal to game elapsed time, and I guess we don't really need to do anything with the target at this stage, so that's gonna be it. Okay, so this will now kind of update the state for a damage number. Now kind of what we don't really have is like a handler for when should the damage number kind of disappear. How is that going to get controlled? Because that kind of depends, well, it depends on damage received at, I guess. If this drifts too much from current time, we could just look at this one and then either we just fade it away, or we can just remove the entry, I guess. We have to reset it. But now we should be able to see it now anyway. So if we go to draw, and after we're done doing the renderables, we can draw the damages, which I will rename to draw damage numbers. Yeah, this is not how it works anyway. Draw damage numbers. So we'll get the animation system. And we'll go to the context, which we should have. Actually, let's do this. If it doesn't exist, we return. Alright, so now we have the context. Now we can go through each damage number. We can just go through the values. So now we have a damage number state. Okay. And we'll get the position to draw. Should be target, get body. Oops. Position. Alright, that's our position. That's like the center of the thing. Maybe you want to draw it like a half a tile above. So let's add tile size normal times. We don't want to shift it to the left or right, so 0, and then we want to shift it up half a tile, so -5 there. And then we have like draw text, X, format, arguments is going to be state damage, position, and then options, centered true, color, red. Well, the color actually depends. All right. So the color would be depending on like you know, damage received at. So I'm gonna do like a ratio is gonna be damage received at. Now we also need like a duration to match again. So maybe how long is the fade gonna last? It's like, I'm gonna say like 1 second. Fade duration. Let's say it's 1 second. Okay. And so basically we take elapsed time minus this. That is the delta. That is the diff. And then we'll do like, so this is, I guess, what's this gonna be? This is gonna be the diff. So we'll do like the minimum of fade duration and this, because it shouldn't be more than 1. Okay, and then the actual ratio is gonna be I guess delta over fade duration. Okay. So now the color will be not fade. Color multiplied by another color. Is there like a lerp? We can use maybe hue. I'm gonna check this here. Lerp between 2 colors. I mean, I guess we could just lerp each component. Yeah. So basically, if we say, well, for example, red. So let's do like start color is vector 3 f32 is gonna be 1 0 0. These are U8s though. Well, I guess we can figure it out. So start color and end color is, so end color is red, start is yellow. Okay, and then the actual, so F color is gonna be lerp start to end. And oh, this is the issue with lerp, because it expects like the same type, which is super weird. I guess we'll splat ratio. Okay, I guess it makes sense somehow. And then now we have that. Now we initialize. We have to like take this times 255. And then I guess we'll floor it. And then we'll transform into, I call this V vector, vector 3U8. Which do you care about the length? No, you don't. No. Okay, so then we don't need to type you out or, yeah, we'll do anything else there. We just need to do that. So we'll lerp to that color, and then the color is going to be V color 0, V color 1, V color 2, And then I guess this is 255, I think. So it should start out as yellow, fade to, like, lerp to red over 1 second. Okay. All right. So let's add a little bit of padding there. Cool. So let's go to, I think here we created an archer. So let's go to the monster, ranged attack, animation. And after these are done, well, we can try it right here, actually. We could, after the projectile, well, let's try this. Let's try this first here. Damage. So damage number needs damage and actually the target. All right, cool. What kind of errors do we get now? Draw. Splat must have a known result. It does have known. Okay, maybe it doesn't. Except it does, because it knows these types. As type of start color. Wait, are you? Did I just lie before? T is an any type, actually. But this one requires them to be the same. Except they are kind of the same, I guess. Oh, so maybe you can... Was it represented? Medicine bounce, support floats, vector floats. Maybe you can actually put just the ratio there. No. Okay. Okay, as type of start color, splat ratio. Lerp. Floor. Okay. Expected F30 from F64. Oh, okay. F32, floatcast. Oh, right. It's a little bit noisy whenever you add like all the stuff there. Hey, look, it works. Except it says 0. Yeah, because the actual number is 0. Also, we're kind of repeating the damage number. You can see it kind of worked there. Yeah. And also, when the animation is done, all the damage numbers are actually removed. So it actually works out better than I thought. Okay. It's just that maybe we want the damage numbers to kind of be lingering a little bit. kind of maybe after everything, we'll add, like, if we have damage numbers, we'll add like a little weight or something. So let's see. Cool. So let's see. Well, this is wrong now because it adds like a damage number 3 times. It should only add it once because it shouldn't add like, you know, this damage only does 1 damage, even though it shows 3 animations. But just to test, let's instead do actually 1 damage. And there you go. Oh, except it like adds it immediately. Oh, because these are in parallel. Yeah. So it should add it like after the projectile has hit here. So actually the damage number should be like here. Or how do I like just add it once? That doesn't really work actually. You know what? We can actually make a once primitive. But it's gonna mean something else maybe. It's gonna mean like once per entire animation run. It's not gonna mean once per repeat. But that could make it work. Like once, it only does it 1 time. So essentially, after the first projectile is done, we could do like sequence. And then do a damage number. Like right now, it is going to show it 3 times. Which is kind of good to test as well. But that's not how I want it to be. If this is really gonna do just 1 damage, we don't want to make it actually deal 3 damage. Also, since the animation is actually done once all projectiles are like have hit. Yeah, and we dive. It just stops the animation. So we want if we have damage numbers, we want kind of maybe the animation to kind of linger a little bit, or maybe the damage number itself to linger, perhaps. But then it will require us to decouple it a little bit. Maybe it can linger until you do a move or something. Or maybe we just force to show it like a tiny amount afterwards as well. So if we go to like animation system, animation sequence system, and when we create the root animation, we parallel all the animations. But we can also just sequence as well. We'll just sequence. First we play all animations, and then we'll wait just half a second or something after. So now, like every time you see the main animation, it's gonna linger for like half a second. Oh, although it becomes a problem when we don't actually have damage numbers. Because every time I move now, we get half a second waiting. So we could do like when has damage numbers, and we'll create this primitive here. I guess it's like a private or like an internal sort of thing. Has damage. So when we have damage over, then we wait. And we'll return a bool. Yeah, that's it. We'll return, essentially we could just return here, and we'll return context, damage numbers. I guess count should be more than 0. There we go. All right, this is a bool. All right, cool. So now when we have damage numbers, then it's gonna show. If we don't have damage numbers, we can move as normal. Cool. Awesome. Man, I really enjoy this animation system. I need to work on other stuff as well, but this is just this is such a huge part of the game though, because it's basically, yeah, sure, you have the board state part, which is going to be very cool also to think about, but then you also have this whole animation playing out thing, which is kind of different how maybe some like roguelikes do it, because everything is just updates. Except for some things, like in Adam, that I've talked about a little bit before, is like whenever something major happens, like someone shoots a missile, like a magic missile or something, or like some kind of major magic spell, then everything kind of pauses and it just shows that animation, and then it continues with the rest of the stuff. Sometimes, if there's a lot of things happening, I guess it also tries to show like every movement at once as well. So it's kind of same. Like let's say you get paralyzed, for example, it's not going to just fast forward, I guess, to the last state that when you wake up, I guess. It's going to show like every monster try to hit you, and things can happen on the way. So this is kind of going to be the same, except things can actually move like smoothly instead of just moving, like teleporting essentially. And then potentially a lot of different animations and stuff. And it's just fun to make this system and work with it. So yeah. Okay. However, the ranged attack is not actually going to look like this. It's just going to be one arrow shooting, but it's kind of cool to just test, you know, how this is going to work there. And actually, okay, let's make this how it actually is supposed to be. So I don't need the scope here. We're not going to run anything in parallel. It's just going to be one sequence of a projectile, and wait, we need that one. Hang on. And we don't need this. We don't need that. So it's just going to be one projectile, and after the project is done, we show the damage number. And there we go. That's it. And now if we test this again, the animation should have changed to just, you know, fire one. Right. Cool. And then basically also, like, when you get damaged, I want to show a little shaking animation on the player as well. We could potentially do that actually already, like the damage number, like every time we add damage, we probably just want to show that. That could also be something, because the thing is, we probably don't, like, let's say you add like when we deal damage and we show a little shaking animation, we don't want to overlap multiple shaking animations. I don't think it's just gonna like reset the shaking animations. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna say if the renderable has like a damage effect on it right now, then we show the shaking. So basically we go to draw renderable, and let's say if, yeah, so here if context has, wait, no, that's not how we do it actually. We have to kind of, actually this is kind of bad because actually, you know what, maybe instead of having the list of damage numbers, maybe we'll just have, maybe we'll just have yeah, okay, wait, maybe, I mean, we already have ECS, so doing this essentially is just saying, hey, this should just be a component and you just add it to the entity. So there you go. Why not just do that when it's like this? Okay, so let's create a component called damage number. It could be called something else as well, like damage, because I'm gonna add more things here. But whatever, let's just call it damage number. And now we don't even need this. All right, so basically here is gonna be like, I guess like this would be if target has damage number. If we don't have the damage number, we need to add it. So then like target add damage number, and there we go. Otherwise, we're gonna get it by saying target get damage number, and there we go. That's the same thing. Why didn't I see that before? Okay, cool. That's the pattern we should use because we're using ECS as well. I'm kind of mishmashing, you know. Sometimes, you know, I just try to make it work, and then we'll find like what is a good pattern to actually have. Okay, so that is that. And now we also have has damage numbers. We need to update as well, because this one, we don't have damage numbers anymore. What we need to do is we're going to go to game, and we need to go to like registry or get... It's like try get one by tag. This kind of does the same thing, because it's like it tries to find something with this type, well, the component. If it doesn't find one, it's going to return null. So if this is not equal to null, that means we have damage numbers. Okay. But there's one more thing that we need to do. And that is in our animation, to get back to where we are, because right now the damage numbers will never like get deleted, essentially. So we need to go to our animation system, and whenever the animation is done, we have to like remove all of the damage numbers. So I can just say that here, remove damage numbers. Yeah, remove damage numbers gives us an animation monad of void, and we will return, well, we kind of need the context, and we'll map that. Maybe we'll put this next to this one, actually. Remove damage numbers. And returns void. Okay, so basically, I think we can just remove all with this one. No, we can't. The issue about removing while iterating is that doesn't work too well. So either we have to duplicate. Okay, let's do like this. Let's do like entities are gonna be game registry data damage number. So this will give us all the entities that currently has this component, the data number component, and I'm gonna duplicate it. And what we are duplicating is ECS entities. What? Okay. Anyway. There we go. Okay, so we're duplicating that. And then we're saying, then we loop through each entity and we'll remove, well, we have to do like context game registry remove damage number on. All right. I wish there was a way to just clear out all components. There has to be a way to kind of clear the components, like one type of component, because they are kind of stored component wise. So I'm not sure why it's. What if we do this? Assure kind of gives us like the store of that one component type. I think. And what if we clear? Does that work? Because that's way faster also, it looks like. It just clears. And it has to free a bunch of stuff. Okay. Well, I mean, isn't this better? Right? Because now we don't have to do any of that. We just have to clear. Okay, I guess we'll try. Use of undeclared identifier, remove bad damage numbers. Right, so this would be like this. Okay. So now we're back to... We can try to see what happens if we don't remove the damage numbers. But... Let's see. Oh, right. So if we have... Wait. No. I'll wait with this. Let's just see if this works first. Right, we need to change this here. So we don't really need the animation system anymore. What we'll do is we'll make an iterator for everything that I guess it has to have a body and a damage number and we'll loop through that. Position is gonna be this. And we'll get state is get the damage number. That's it. Right. Also, we don't need to store the target on here because the target is the context it is stored on. So we never really need to have it there. So then when we create a damage number, we don't actually, well, we need the target here, but we don't need the target here because we add it on the target. Wait. No, there we go. Damage number state, damage number, target, index of, oh. Alright, let's go back. Let's see if this works with this refactoring stuff now. It does work. Cool. Now let's do... yes. So now here, like if we have a damage number, that kind of says that we're currently being damaged, essentially, is what that is saying. And to get like, now we also want to get all this ratio stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to get, well, I'm gonna like copy this, put it here, and we'll do like get, let's do like color. This gives us a color that is gonna return color this essentially. Return that, And then we'll have like self, which is state. That will be standard. What else do we need? Fade duration. Put that up there. This is not self, so basically let's just put T in here, I guess. And then this one would be state.color, self get self elapsed time. All right, that should be back to where we were. Yes, but now I want also get like shake offset or something. Yeah, need the same stuff. Let's do like ratio T duration gives us F32. So essentially return this duration, or let's call this duration. And then here's like ratio, let's call it R, ratio T fade duration. So that is that. Lerp or, all right. And then shake offset, you're gonna get R as well. I'm not sure if this is gonna be the same, but I guess we'll do the same. Well, we could do like shake duration, I guess. Have it the same. All right, so shake duration. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna shake the sprite around a little bit, maybe. I'll just refill my coffee. I'll be right back. All right, let's continue. Okay. I wonder what a good algorithm for this would be. But I assume we would have some kind of like distance, like maximum, I guess, distance maybe. Let's do like, I don't know, let's do tile size. In terms of tile size or pixels, let's do like 5. Maybe that's a lot, but let's do like distance. We'll probably have like a random yeah, let's get like game in here. So like get a random float. We'll get 2 randoms. We'll get random angle and random magnitude. This would be times pi times 2, and this would be times max distance, and I guess times the ratio, except the ratio I need to invert as well, so 1.0 minus, because it's gonna start out at a maximum. Okay, so then let's see. Yeah, and then just no, yeah, we just return. We return some kind of vector here. So we'll return, I guess we'll rotate. One, 0 by the random angle. Or actually this would be random magnitude, yeah, that's it. That's the offset, I guess. So it's just gonna be like every frame, every like step is gonna like generate a random position. I don't know if this is a good shake offset. I might check some algorithms, but it's kind of interesting to see what this will do. This is my first shake algorithm here. Now that I think about it, the shakes that I've kind of experienced in the past kind of seem to have like a little velocity. It kind of like smoothly shakes around. It's not like instantly. Yeah. So it probably won't look good, but we'll see. Draw render ball. So if we have a damage number, I want to, well, let's have a mutable position. If we have a damage number, then we're gonna add, actually let's do try get here. We'll get the damage number and we get the shake offset. Actually, if we pass in game, we don't really need, wait, oh yeah, we don't really need to pass in t actually, because we can just get t from game. Great. All right. Let's see. Nothing happens. Okay. Huh. I mean, do we get here? We do, and we do get a bunch of random numbers. Interesting. Oh, what the hell? We're just, okay, we're just fetching the body position again. We're not using we didn't use it. Okay, there we go. I mean, it kind of works, right? It's just a little aggressive, maybe. Also, I mean, it kind of looked like it went down with time, and probably maybe reduced the duration, perhaps. I mean, it actually looks kind of good. Also, the shaking, I mean, I don't know, at least on my monitor, it kind of looks like it's changing color. Not sure if that is an effect of the monitor or my brain or something else. But let's put you here. Shake max distance. Let's lower that a little bit. Maybe it depends on how much damage you get. There can be, but then we need some kind of absolute value to kind of say, okay, this is like, if you get a low amount of damage, you get a little bit of shake. If you get a high amount of damage, you get a high amount of shake. But how much damage is high damage, you know, but that can always be, you know, balanced later. So this will be shake max distance. And this would work for any entity, actually. This works for the enemies as well. So, like, if we go to a melee attack, and we now have the damage number. I think that was what was needed there. Then we just add the damage number after we've done the attack. And now we should have damage numbers for the melee as well. Oh, it got removed. And when it gets removed... Okay, let's see where this happened. There's some invalid entity being used, probably. Yeah. 265 animation monad 971. Okay, so we were still trying to... I guess it tried to add a damage number to something that was invalid. Oh, I see. I see. I know why this is happening. It's because when we do, like, the attack, we set the health to -1, and then the kind of health system looks at the health somewhere, and this actually happens. Actually, this happens before the animation system and stuff. No, yeah, it would have already been dead. That's right, because the health was reduced at the start of the animation, or before the animation even started. So then health gets reduced. The health system actually destroys the entities. Now the entity is no longer valid. Okay. Then the animation system is like, well, now we need to, like, add a damage number to this entity, but the entity is dead. It's invalid, so then we get an issue. So basically, probably what we want to do is not destroy the entity here, but instead we would add some kind of state that marks that it's actually dead, like board state, it's actually dead. So I'm gonna create a component that's called, like, just dead. It's dead. So this just marks that this entity is now dead. So instead of destroying, we would just add dead. The issue now, though, is we have to actually handle this as well. So let's see, update. I guess, like, when all the animations are done, we can go through each. Yeah, we can create a dead system or death system, whatever. And then we'll go through, like, we can say, like, when. Actually, we don't really need to do anything here. We need a setup function. This is gonna get automatically called after all systems and everything has been initialized. And it's gonna be the same signature as update. And we're gonna say animation system, or actually it's gonna be like game on global on. So when animations are done, we are gonna call on animations done. And we have a function on animations done, which takes, I think, the event, which we don't really care about. Global event. And I think it also takes game here. Let's double check. This is a global event listener. It takes game and global event rest. Yes. So when all animations are done, we're gonna go through all of the entities. Entity iterator that has death, dead. You know what? I already have a death system, right? I have destroy entities system. Now this system is actually responsible for actually destroying the entities. It's like if you call destroy on this specific type, I think this is the entity context, you don't actually remove the entity. It is being marked to remove at the end of the update. But we don't want to do that because then for entities that are in the middle of an animation or something like that, because then they will be invalid at the end of the frame or the next frame. So, and consequence frames. So what we would like to do is mark them as dead, and then at the end of the animation, actually destroy them. But they could potentially just be part of this function here. We don't actually need a separate system for this. So I'm actually just gonna put this here. And put you over there. Okay, let's do that instead. So we'll remove this one. And we'll go to systems, remove you, go to setup. What's happening? Setup systems, remove you. Okay, cool. So we don't need a new system for that. That's good. So, right, but we still have a dead component. So we go to destroy entities. When animations are done, we go through all of the entities that have dead, and we will iterate through them, and we will just destroy them, essentially. And then they will yeah. And when is this function? When is this event? So let's look at the timing. When is this event actually called? Here. So it's called here, and this is during the update. But it's called here, or it's emitted here, rather, and then the event system will actually dispatch it. So that happens at a specific point in time, and then happens here. So here is when we actually receive, like, when we actually call on animations are done. And then the destroy entity system is updated. So I think that is the correct order, because first this gets called to call destroy and everything, and then it goes in here to actually destroy everything. Okay, yes. Otherwise we would have to wait another frame for them to be destroyed. So I think this should be good. So now the health system actually, yeah, it adds dead to stuff that are dead, so they're not actually destroyed, and then but now the problem is, like, things that are not dead are now still considered in board state and stuff like that. So for example, I think we have like is blocked. This should not consider things that are dead. So we can simply exclude them by adding it to the excludes list here. Things that are dead should not be blocking. This is the board state. So I have to remember, like, there's kind of two parallel worlds sort of. We have kind of things that are worried about the board state, and then things that are worried about like the current like display like animation state. And this is the board state, so you have to ignore things that are dead. Yes. Now there could be other things that we also have to think about, but let's think about this here. So there we go. And if I attack you 3 times, now the animation plays out. Once the animation is done, the enemy disappears. The thing is also, now comes another thing, actually. When we want to play an animation for things that die, how do we actually do that? Like, let's say we attack, and here we trigger a death. We can potentially actually put that as part of this animation. We can look at, okay, did the target die or not? Then play some animation based on that, like after the damage was done. When, like, I guess, like, is dead. And the one that is dead is going to be the target. If the target is dead, then we will play like a death animation. So this would be like I don't know. Let's do like death animation. Self options target. And we'll have like, let's make this here and we can move it to some place later. But let's have like death animation target or death animation here. So this would be the context. And this would give us an animation. But the problem is here we have to add one for each like type of attack. But that could be good. It could also be bad, but it could be good because then you can kind of, let's say it's like a fire death or something. You can add a different type of animation, like a burning and death animation or something. Also, the animation probably depends on the type of monster or something like that. So, but let's say we have death animation, and I mean, I guess we could check if it is. And actually, here we could utilize maybe a new component, which is like describing what should happen when this entity dies. So the entity could have a description of what should happen. So essentially, like, oh yeah, my death animation is this animation, for example. And then you could have like, yeah. So there you go. You could have my death animation is this animation, and depending on how I died, this is how you should display it. So if I died by fire, then display the fire death animation for this specific thing, like a goblin, for example, or something else. Okay, we could do it like that. But what I want to do now is I just want to hard code this for now. Because I need the facilities to be able to do this as well. So basically, I guess we'll have like something that is like, because we have like sprite which spawns a new sprite, but there's nothing like changing the sprite or change animation. We could probably have something like set animation, and then like on this target we set like goblin dead or something. There we go. Okay, so we need kind of like two primitives or two monads. We need monad functions basically. We need is dead and we need set animation. Actually, is dead could potentially be a more generic. We could say, for example, has, and then the target, or just has dead. So basically, yeah, we could check like, do you have this component, which is very useful to have. So, do you have this component? Okay, then play this animation. And this has to be monadic. Right now, it's actually not. Well, okay, okay. Let's do it like this. So I need has. You know what? You know what? I mean, essentially, this is going to be the same. Right now, we don't actually need has right now. We can just say pure target has dead. Because when this function is called, it's called like right after we actually do the board state thing. So if we caused the death... Yeah, okay, so did caused death is gonna be like... Wait. Oh, hello, thank you for the follow. M. Kuyok. Thank you. Welcome. So I can't... it's kind of a bad color combination, so I can't read properly. Hello from a dev of Pika OS community. Pika OS, what is that? Is that some kind of Linux distribution, or what is that? But welcome, regardless. It's a distro. Okay, cool. Cool. Pika OS. So is there what stands out about Pika OS? Well, we kind of need to know this before. I guess it could be a mutable here. Cause death. False. Let's do like was dead is options target has dead, and then we do the damage, and then cause death is gonna be if it wasn't dead and if it now is dead, then we cause the death. So here, instead of doing this, we're gonna say if we cause the death, we will play the death animation. Cool. It's just a little bit, it's just more things to do here that is probably gonna become a pattern that we're gonna have to deal with later. But yeah, maybe we'll make, yeah, we'll see how we'll deal with this. There's a million ways. Here we go. Pika OS is a custom Linux distribution based on Debian's, or I'm not sure how to pronounce things, cutting edge unstable SID branch. So, new stuff. We built it specifically to provide a high-performance out-of-the-box gaming and desktop experience with up-to-date drivers and custom tweaked kernel. Okay, cool. So, are you part of like building the OS or the distro? Are you a contributor? High-performance out-of-the-box gaming and desktop experience. Custom tweaked kernel. Interesting. I am the one who made the kernel. Oh, wow. Awesome. Pika OS. Gaming optimization focused Linux distribution emphasizes ease of use and high compatibility. Cool. Open source. I haven't installed Linux in like a million years, by the way. And I don't really want to have a dual boot. Is there anything? Do you know any method recommended if I want to keep like Windows on as a backup? Pika OS relies on Debian's unstable, because it is the only way to build a cutting-edge gaming distribution while still utilizing the robust Debian packaged ecosystem. Okay. What is this? Bootable USB drives. Actually, I might try it on my laptop. Yeah, perhaps. Because the thing that I'm interested in, because basically the only reason I'm not using Linux right now is because of gaming. How would you have you tested, like, for example, like different client, like have you tested, like, for example, BattleNet, like Warcraft, those kind of games? Because that is probably like Hearthstone, like that is probably the game that I play the most right now. And that is basically the only reason I'm not changing to Linux. What are you saying? Okay, no problem. Proton DB? Is that gonna answer my question, or? Welcome to your home for crowdsources Linux and Steam Deck game compatibility reports. Oh, cool. Warcraft 3. The hell is this? Hearthstone. It's just Steam, I guess. So that was what I said. No Steam. Just it's okay. Let me Google this for me. Does Battle.net games work on Linux? Yes. Says some kind of AI, but they do not have native support. Must run them through Wine. That's not good enough, man. That's not good enough. It's just my experience with using that is just shit. But I mean, to be fair, it was like a long time ago. But this is what's making me not want to use Linux. It's just I don't want to have to dual boot. And like, I'm done with the stream. Okay, then I want to play some games. Okay, now I have to kind of change my whole operating system. Yeah, you can use Steam. Yeah, but I'm not using Steam. I want to use Battle.net. So, I mean, it's great that we now can play. I mean, it's a great initiative by Steam to make Linux, try to make Linux more like a gaming platform. It's really cool, but I don't think it's there yet because I mean, I guess I could try to use Wine and stuff like that, but it's just my experience through the years has been like really bad. But I guess, I mean, they say that it kind of works here. Kernel level anti-cheat games Call of Duty generally do not work. But I don't care about Call of Duty. But like Hearthstone, for example. Does Hearthstone work on Linux? It does work through compatibility tools. Okay. That's good. I mean, I might try it at some point, perhaps, maybe, on like my other computer, and just try it out to see how well it works. All right. Thank you for answering my questions. All right, cool. Great. I mean, I have like, yeah, Pika OS. I might check it out. I'll check out some, I don't know what distribution I'm gonna use, but yeah. It's cool that you're making a distribution. Was it hard to make the kernel? Like, what kind of changes did you make to the kernel? And did you use zig? Because otherwise, it's not good. I'm just kidding with you. Did you use Rust or C? Because there was some discussions about that. Steam, Heroic Games Launcher, Lutris, Falcon, Pegasus Launcher, also kernel. We used a fork of the Cache OS kernel. Well, so you put those things in the kernel? These are the game launchers that are in the OS. Okay. But do you mean that you put it in the distro and not like in the kernel? I'm confused. Yes, okay, cool. Because as far as I know, like Steam Steam already is like compiled to Linux. But yeah, it would be nice to switch to Linux at some point if it works good. That's the only issue with games. That is, like, I'm using Linux here for in like a virtual machine to. I always use Linux when I'm developing stuff. But it is like a terminal-based Linux. It's not a desktop, you know. And then I use Windows as a host to play games and do all. So I'm getting the best of both worlds, sort of. But yeah, cool. I haven't heard about the other game launchers. Heroic Games Launcher, Lutris Falcon, Pegasus Launcher. Yeah, I'm like out of the loop on that. Okay, so let's see. When we cast the death, we play the death animation, we have to set it. So okay, so now the only thing we need now is like this thing here, which actually is, well, we can make it into, you know, it's not purely, we can put it here, because this is like a convenient place to put like generic functions, because you can just get to them by saying dot, right? Which is nice. So let's do like set animation, and we need a entity in the monad. So this would be monad entity context, and then this is the animation that we want. Tag is gonna be game. Now where is this actually? Animation key, I think. Yeah. All right. PKOS.com. These are our servers. PKO is also good for development. Low, we made our kernel to give the most of the performance when compiling gaming streaming. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, I'll check it out. Cool. All right. Let's see. So set animation. I have to go here soon because I have like a meeting soon. But we'll go for a little bit more and see how much we can do here. So we need to map the, well, we don't need a context, we just need to map the entity, and we need to store the animation tag in the closure, and we'll get the animation tag. Wait, do you have animation key straight on there? No, you don't. And then we get the target or the entity, whatever. Oops. You are set animation. All right, so what do we want to do? We want to get the actual animation thing from here. And we wanna set the animation Your code is very well organized, by the way. Oh, thank you. I don't know about that, but yeah, I'm trying to be productive and a little bit organized as well. I think you're using NeoVim. Yes, I am. I am. It is a good editor. It's a really good editor. It's the best that I've used. Animation frames. I forget about this. Basically here we're saying, let's go to, well, let's go to and let's go to animation is just initializing that. Oh yeah, we have get animation, that's right. Okay, yeah. Ah man, I forget this. So basically animation should be equal to game, which we have on entity game, get animation, animation tag, and apparently this is comp time, so I guess we'll have comp time here. And looping, I guess, is true. Okay, and that's essentially it. You use it as well? Yeah. I mean, it's just the best. It's kind of piggybacking on Vim, you know, but it also and Vim maybe piggybacks on Vi, and Vi piggybacks on Ed, maybe. I don't know. You have to stand on the shoulders of giants. Hello, hello. Well, dude. What's up? What's up? All right, so set animation. So if we casted that, we set the animation to bleed dead. We can just do this. Goblin dead. We're hard coding in like the death animation, but there you go. Okay, and we don't have the Goblin dead animation, so we have to go to animations and add ourselves a little Goblin dead. All right, now let's go over to our dear old tile set and find this. I believe it's just in the end. Here it is. The dead animation is like, it almost like looks exactly the same on everything. It's like tiny differences. It's kind of funny. This one is 26, 14, 53, 26, 14. All right. When you say retro style RPG, I'm expecting some ASCII graphics. Yeah, it's all in the, you know, it's all relative, you know. Whatever you consider retro. Melee attack. Some people consider, like, you know, I don't know, Baldur's Gate 1 retro. I would kind of consider that retro now as well. I guess it's old. Even, you know, that's what it is. I think the PS2 is retro. Okay. I don't know about that. Yeah, I guess it is. I guess it is. It's just you have different kind of, when you grow up, you have different, like, you know, ideas of what is retro and what is not retro. I guess you would have to now start to have other terms for finding out what era you're talking about. Because now retro can mean anything from, I guess, 5 years back or 10 years back or something. I don't know. Cannot assign to a constant. Oh, now this needs to be mutable. Okay, that's okay. Wait. Okay, well, let's copy it then. It doesn't matter. It's not gonna live anyway. It's just a temporary thing. What's your issue now? Oh, monad 997. Unable to resolve comp time value. Oh, because this is not comp time. Oh my god. Actually, if it's comp time, we don't need to pass it into a closure. I just realized. We can just use it. There we go. I'm pretty sure. Animation dereference. I think I'm going to go. Seeing a stream like this make me want to stop progressing on my own project. Good. I think the GameCube is retro. It's retro, yeah. GameCube is definitely retro. Health, self-cost, death. Hey, Peklarap. What's up? By the way, I'm not forcing you. I'm presenting myself. Yeah, no problem, man. I'm gonna take you know, your distro into account when I eventually, and I don't know when that's gonna be, but when I eventually like look at that. Okay. Another thing is it changes to dead. Well, it actually didn't change to dead. That's the whole thing, I guess. So they okay. Because this should happen immediately after we show the damage number. Or, I mean, it should happen immediately at the same time, actually. Okay, I'm gonna check, like, do we get in here? Set animation. Game is cool. Oh, thank you. Which WZ are you using? I'm using Ubuntu something. Like 22 or something like that. Okay, we don't actually get in there. Also, I don't want to flood the logs anymore. So it doesn't go in here. Interesting. $24. Hang on, let me check if I can see it easily here. I think it's 22. 2204. Whoops. But you know, I don't think you answered my question. Like, what kind of changes did you do to the kernel? Because that's kind of interesting. You can also check. Like, I don't know a whole lot about the kernel. The most I've looked at it is, you know, source code for finding out what different syscalls do. All right. We used a fork of the cache OS kernel. We added our own package manager called Pikaman. Huh. Okay. Is the package manager part of the kernel? Why we made it? Because there are a lot of Arch-based gaming distros. Some of the gamers want to be protected from the OR. What is the OR? AUR. Alright, why is this not happening? When so that should, I mean, that should just say true, and then we execute then. Not sure why that's not happening. I know that there is Bazite, which is Fedora based, but we prefer to make our own, and the AUR Arch user repository is a community-driven software registered for Arch Linux users. It is dangerous because it lacks formal safety reviews or automated quality checks. I see. Anyone can upload or adopt installation scripts that run directly with user or root privileges, leaving openings for malicious actors to inject info stealing, malware, or keyloggers. I see, I see. Okay. Yeah, so it's kind of weird. Why is this not happening? Did we cause the death? False, false, and false. Okay, so it's false. That's why probably it's not happening. Why is it false though? Because it should be true. I know it's false. I know why it's false. It is because the health system hasn't actually updated yet. That's the thing. Okay, so we only like damage the thing, but we don't. I mean, I guess technically we could check if health is 0 here, but potentially, like, I'm just thinking about the architecture of this. Like, potentially like other things might, like let's say you have an item that prevents death or something like that, and that whole system has to play out before we know if we're actually dead. Or I mean, I guess we could maybe still play the death animation, I guess, if we wasn't dead, and if health is 0. Okay, let's try this. There we go. I mean, it does actually add some nice and here's the crazy mage, which doesn't actually do any damage. And here's the melee. There we go. Okay. Oh, we still crash. Oh, because that was the ranged attack, right. Okay, cool. What time is it? Oh shit. I need to actually go now. But yeah, this will have to be generalized somehow. Generalize playing death animations / maybe even hurt animations. But death animations based on type of damage. And personal settings of the target entity. Okay, cool. I actually have some stuff here. Oh yeah, smooth pan. That's right. I wanted to have kind of smooth camera pan to new position because it was a little bit like when you move around. It's like, I don't know. I guess it looks okay now, but when the player moved slower, it looked weird. So I would like to have better, like, yeah, smoother camera movement. I'm just checking here. Oh yeah, move and a turn. I can kind of use this as like a to-do thing here. This is not part of it though. I'll just actually remove this to-do for now. And I also remove these because I don't think we are even using this system right now. And we have this done, so I'll remove that. So there we go. Yeah, these are basically the to-dos we have right now. All right. But yeah, cool. So what we made this time, we have done a bunch of stuff. A lot of stuff. We added death animation. We did transparent stuff. We fixed the firing animation stuff and played around with that a little bit. Added some rotation feature to the move animation stuff. Yeah, I generalized this to, yeah, the calculate circle outline to board vectors, which is real nice. The fire random, oh yeah, so random chance, you can now have random chance in the animation. And the melee attack shows the death animation. Oh yeah, the damage numbers as well. So, and the dead state as well. And we removed a whole bunch of shit here. Animations. Yeah, move the monad and all that stuff. Okay, so basically Damage numbers. Plus hit animation. Dead state. Or modal helpers. Death animation. How about short break before accepting input to prevent running when entering a pocket? Yeah, that's true. That is true. To avoid accidental encounters which will frustrate. Yes, that is very true. Thank you for that. That is a really good suggestion. I will implement that. Because like you hold the button anyway to go in, and so if you don't release it, well, I might do like it's edge detected. So you want to be able to do new inputs before you have to release the button first or something like that. What else did I say? Oh yeah, circle outline algorithm. Yeah, I guess that's. Oh yeah, rotation, move, rotation option. Transparent sprites. I guess that's basically it. Oh yeah, I also added a Vim command to create actions as well. All right, cool. But that is going to be it for this time. So thank you very much for watching, and I hope you have a nice day. And I'll see you later. And for the Twitchers, let's send you off. Oh, we got like a zig here. Let's see how many zigs we have. Wait. Is it oh, you have to search for like zig with big Z? I'm confused. This is a tag, right? All right, let's go.